誰か来てほしいな。誰か来てくんないかな。平日のお昼はみんな忙しい。始めてしまおう。なんかこれ設定画面とかなくいきなり始まりそうなんだよな。あ、設定画面あったわ。ちょっとでかいか。まあいいか。インターフェ。やっぱちょっとでかいかも。気持ちいい。咳が。スクリーンショットを撮るボタンなんてあるの？クイックセーブ、クイックロード。誰か来てくんないかな。誰も来ないから始めよう。
You're on a path in the woods,
文字ちっちゃいな。
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
文字大きくできないかな。ないか。音声ちょっと下げようかな。
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
いきなり 世界は終焉を迎える？一体何の話をしているんだ？彼女が世界を終わらせたいのは閉じ込められているせいだとは思わないのか？プリンセスを殺すというのはなんだか悪いことのように思えるんだが、誰か代役はいないのか？多いな選択肢が。こんなのごめんだね。僕はやりたくない。咳が。もし僕が世界が終わっても構わないと考えていたら、この使命を果たしたら何かしらの報酬があるのか？なるほど。何をすべきか教えてくれてありがとう。やったぜ。王族殺しってやつ一度やってみたかったんだ。これぞ革命だ。黙って小屋を向かう。きびすを返して立ち去る。これオプションってのは何なんだろう？これ聞いてみようか。
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
オプションってのは聞いたら教えてくれるってことか。なんか増えてんな。地下室に閉じ込められたプリンセスがどうやって世界を終わらせるっていうんだ。なぜ彼女が危険なのか教えてもらえなければ人殺しなんてできない。それを裏付ける証拠はあるのか？これ
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done.
なんかはぐらかされてんな。
We're all counting on you.
一応聞けるものは全部聞いてみるか。
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey. While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
が逆だと。
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end. And there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her. Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
なるほど。
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did. Are you serious? No, you have to do it. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right? Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it. It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
なんかナレーターって書いてあるけど、こいつも登場人物なのかな。なんか増えてる。こうしよう。僕は小屋へ行って彼女と話してみる。その上で彼女があんたの言う通り悪人だったらおそらく倒す道を選ぶだろう。だが彼女に直接会ってみない限り何も約束したくない。分かった、小屋へ行くよ。分かった、この話に乗ったよ。さっさと終わらせよう。あれ、さっきのヒャッハーみたいなのなくなったな。まあ多分一番上が無難な気がする。
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
いやでも現状こいつが嘘を言ってる可能性だってあるからな。
Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
勇者も一緒にいるの？
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
これしかない。ああ、なんかおっしゃった。小屋に入る。
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
これ持ってくかどうかオプションなの？まあいいか。
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
何があるかわかんないしね。
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
思ったより低い声。
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
うーん。初めは明るく行こうかな。
Don't be a stranger.
Oh,
It's been so
right.
long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
もう勇者騙されそうじゃん。
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
あ、これ勇者が自分なのかな。 話をしに来ただけだ。
Then why did you bring a knife with you?
確か
How
に
about you drop it, and then we can chat.
確かに。お
She
っしゃ
makes
る
a
通りで
compelling
す。
point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
一旦捨ててみようかな。
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clank.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
このナレーターはどの立ち位置にいるんだ？
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
名前聞くか？さあ、おしゃべりは十分だ。君の名前は？
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
おー、
Or Her
そういう感じ？
Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
可愛くないな。
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
ストレートに聞いてみよ
Don't just tell her that.
う。怒られた。あ、怖い顔してる。
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
いや、なんかはぐらかされたんだよね。君が教えてくれると思ったんだけど。
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her.
え、早い。
She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
いや、でもこのナレーターの言ってることも俺は信じて
Like
な
I
いよ。
said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me? The prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world. Or do you trust whoever put me here?
いや、これどっちを信じたらいいの？
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Too long. 'You can't. Don't bother. I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... Well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
一応これも言ってみるか。
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
あ、もう無理だ。
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
え、もう決めなきゃいけないの？倒すか、鎖を調べるか、彼女を閉じ込めておくか。どうしよう。ちょっと一番優柔不断なやつにしようかな。
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
どうしようかな。結局決めなきゃいけないのか。一旦閉じ込めてみよう。
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't.
本
No
当？
one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
まだ？一旦閉じ
It'll
込
be
め
the
で。
death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I you're still there.
怖いって
You can make things easier on yourself and let me out.
てか鎖どうやって外したの？
It's not like this little door I'll hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did.
やっぱ殺すべきだったかな。
Forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
I could be innocent and harmless if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
ああ、もうなんか怒ってる。
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
おお、びっくりした。
Helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about
そ
the
う、ナレ
facts
ー
of the
ターがよく
situation
わかん
doesn't
ないんだよ
change
な。
them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
何なの
steps
怖い
closer.
姫何？
One silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe
近い近い近い。
I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
え、このまま次のチャプター行くの？
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin
あれでもこれ一番最
is
初
a
のシーンだ。
princess. You're here to slay her. If you
でもなん
don't,
か BGM
it
が
will
不
be the
穏。
end of the world.
え、どういうこと？あ、ひどい既視感を感じるとかあるな。
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
妄想狂って誰だ？
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, This is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save after all. Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
聞かなかった。
We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
なんかよ
Just
く
be
わかん
quick
ない。
about it. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
すごいはぐらかされてるな。そう、なんで自分が殺さなきゃいけないのかがわからない。
I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are. You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us? I don't know, I kinda like being special. Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave.
そう、隠し事が多いんですよ、
I've
あな
told you
た。
everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him. Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. Do you see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here.
小屋行く
Now,
か
if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is
さっきの
plain.
状態じゃん
The
これ
smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room.
鏡なんてさっきあっ
Pristine
たかな
blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
窓の外なんかいるぞ。あ、そう、鏡気になった。
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror.
え
There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
どういうこと
We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
鏡見てみるか。
We shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless?
なんで
What
嘘
good
つく
would
ん
it
だ
even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong
自
with
分の
us.
姿がプリンセスだったらどうしよ
No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second guessing my every word.
う。これいいのかな。でも気になるな。
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
怖い怖い怖い。
You reach forward and rub
Huh?
your hand against the cabin wall.
てかこの手
Hope
何
you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away?
鏡消え
Clearly
た。
there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
これてか今の手何
Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
まあナイフは持っていこう。
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
ボム。
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death. You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us. It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough. Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good. Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Migi.
You turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
Nani?
I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches,
さっきと全然
your
違うじゃん。
legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
死んだ
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart, lungs. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver,
これ何
heart. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Liver.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us.
Liver.
Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Liver. Nerves.
なぜ人を思いに殺さないんだ。生かしておく価値があるということか。何が望みだ。前回僕を殺した後どうなった。君が世界を破壊するのを止めるためにここに連れてこられた。だから君を外に出すことはできない。君は狂ってる。自分でも分かってるだろう。協力し合うならせめて臓器がイかれてる状況を何とかしてくれないか。手っ取り早く君を殺すってのは。僕たちが憎しみ合う必要はない。協力し合うじゃないか。友達になってもいい。いや、多いな。お断りだ。君は外には出せないし、ましてや殺したくもない。どうなろうと僕は構わない。
Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs.
プリンセスを倒す。
Nerves. Heart.
倒す。
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart. We did it. We actually did it.
You actually went for it! Oh, you're going to regret this? I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
Can she? We've already seen how she can change. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You're not getting those stares back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the
これは
ground,
しんど。
unmoving. Oh. I can stop now, can't I? I can. Finally. And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right? But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us. It means that you're stuck here. Forever.
マジ？
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, I hate this. Time passes. Forever's gonna end eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end. I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though. What do you mean? We still have a way out, clutched in our hands. Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care? I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours. Why? What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life. Exactly. I don't have to answer that.
ん？
That's a grim thought, isn't it? But I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along. We don't have to starve to death. You have our way out. Use it. Ah, yes. The whole looping thing. How unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once. I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you? Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty, but it's all in your best interest. And the world's, and mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone? It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time? I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
何を隠してるんだこの人は。
No.
No って言われちゃった。
Still no.
でもなんかしつこく言えば。
You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not. Either way, at least needling him is something to do. The narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. I can. The narrator continues to ignore you.
あ、聞けなくなった。
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
無限の空間に刃物を投げる。投げたらどうなんだ？
Oh no, what are you doing? You tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void.
しまった。
It's gone.
そういうことか。
Now you're really stuck here forever. There's no way out now. You mean other than starving? Right, I mean other than that. Oh, you could do a lot better than us. Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time. I'm stuck here with you. I wish I
あ、
were.
熊川さん、こんにちは。
Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest. Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely. Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely.
あ、もうこれしかない。
You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer. But eventually the
殺してみ
thirst
た。
sets in. And
あ、
the
マルネ
hunger,
さん。
the darkness of this place prevents you from wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing, nor does it stop your biology from unraveling. The only things you know for certain are that it's long and that it hurts. The vastness of your suffering can't be adequately put into words.
なんか一周目は選べなくて、姫をとりあえず閉じ込めておくっていう優柔不断な決断をした結果、なんか姫が切れて殺されたんだけど、なんかね、そのままループしたというか、
日本語化して気になってたんだけど、面白そう。
なんかね、今んとこ話がよくわからない。
We really shouldn't have tossed the blade. You really shouldn't have, but biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually, long before forever gets the chance to come, everything goes dark. And you don't muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there.
このまま次のチャプターに行くのがよくわかんないんだけど、どういうこと？
You're on a path in the wood.
あ、もう最初と森変わってるや
This
ん。
really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us.
そう、なんか殺しても殺されても次の章になって最初からみたいな。何が起こってるのか俺にもわからない。
Yes, so it does.
また違う人出てきた。誰？
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be. What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave?
ループものか。
そう、なんかループしてる。ああ、今度は彼女を逃がそうって言ってるな。
Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
で、このナレーターはなんかナレーターと言いつつめっちゃ話しかけてくるし、めっちゃ指示してくる。
Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it, yourself included.
あ、そうなんだ。
全員自分説。
一応勇者が自分で、妄想郷の声とかなんとかは勇者の心の声なのかな。
Oh, threatening us with death.
これはね、新しく出てきた人。
But why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice.
まあもう一人の勇者というか。
All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings
勇者
again.
って立ち位置なの？
多分そう。でもなんかなんで姫を殺さなきゃいけないのかちゃんと教えてくれないんだよね。聞いてもはぐらかされるというか。
This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but it's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore. That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end. Her influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright?
そう、小屋に行かないっていう選択肢も最初あるんだよね。
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
選択したない？
そう、選択肢多いんだよね。ただオプションって書いてあるやつはまあなんかその質問というかだったり、ただそれをすることで新しい選択肢が出てきたりもするから。
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't. And you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating.
なんか姫を殺さないと世界は滅亡するって言ってるんだけど、なんで滅亡するのって言ってもなんかはぐらかされる。
Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled
だし、なんか姫を殺すのはもう勇者にしかできないんだって。なんでか知らないけど。
Then she finds a way out on her own.
自力で脱出しちゃうの。
So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. And why is that? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
間違った殺し方。
こういうゲーム指示に逆ら
いや、わかる。
いたくなる。
てか、ナレーターの言ってることも本当かどうかわかんないからさ。とりあえず小屋行くか。
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing, something that would make everything make sense. Maybe letting her out really is the answer. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care.
拗ねちゃった。ナレーター。
It sounds like somebody's about to crack. There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will.
ナレーターいじけちゃったじゃん。
The interior
いや、
of the
全然
cabin
もう
is
声
long
変わっ
and
てんだけ
dark,
ど。
a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror?
またなんか鏡のこと嘘
What's
ついて
strange
る
is
な。
there isn't much of anything in here at all aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
なんかさっき2周目の小屋にも鏡があって、で1周目にはなかったのよ。で、あの鏡は何っつったらナレーターがいや鏡なんてないけどみたいなずっと言ってて。
Of course there isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either, so why would it be there this time? I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or
鏡が
not,
カーテン
it
に
doesn't
重な
really
ってる
matter,
からない
does
の
it?
が普通なんかな。
でさっきそういやでも鏡あるじゃんっつって鏡覗こうとして手を伸ばしたら消えたんだよね。でもその時になんか伸ばした手がねこう画面に映ったんだけど人間の手じゃなかったんだよね。
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement.
じゃあどっちにしろ近づくしかないのこれ。
Are you saying there isn't a door? Are you saying that at the end of the hallway there's just an opening again? It didn't say
ナレー
door.
ターは1周目の世界しか見えてないの？
い いや、どうなんだろう。そんなことないと思うけど、なんか鏡に関してだけすごいね、否定する。
No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening.
ああ、いや、そんなことないな。一周目じゃないな。一周目はね、ちゃんとドアあったから。
It's just like last time, isn't it? Only instead of a visible empty void,
森の雰囲気については言及してたような。
あ、確かに確かに。
right there behind the mirror. For all we know, she's gonna jump out at us, and there's nothing we can do to stop her. Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz
急に
with
ナレーター始め
trepidation,
たぞ。
the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake... Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there. I hate that I know what's about to happen. Knowing makes it so much worse. You reach your arm forward
Well?
into the pitch black of the opening.
消えた？
Oh, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And your
え？
bones
いや、地下にいるって言ったじゃん。
Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with a terrifying visage of the princess.
いや、もうどんどん
Her
異
hand grips
形
your
の
leg in a steel vice, her
姫に。
grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded
でもこれ勇者の体もおかしいよな。
and crooked teeth.
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom, but then you took my body away from me. So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch me do it, completely helpless, just like you left me.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us. And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it. Yeah, not like this.
ある
She's
エクデル
going
に
to
は
make
火
it
の骨をちらっ
hurt.
と見せた。
確かに。
Tell me the part of you that feels things. Oh, like it's that easy? It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain. Except that pain hurts. Yes, that's what it does. That's the definition. Do we need to explain to you why pain is bad? You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
何何？いやー、どうしようかな。水に流そう。
I think you forgot something. Like the part where all this started when you left me to languish in a pit all by myself. Now I've become
選
something
択
so
肢
much
がいっ
worse.
ぱい。
And it's
選択肢多いんだよね。
Thank you. If I were you, I would just want to get it over with. You've lost your chance to call the shots. There's no going back to fix it now. You can either look on in horror or celebrate my freedom. But either way, you're about to become a passenger.
ちょっとドア開けるんで勘弁してもらえませんか？
You locked me in a basement and then you killed me. Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is far behind us.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine? Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk. It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on with that soon enough. Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
What?
I know.
無理やり立ち上
You
がったの
rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. It's rather rude to show up in somebody else's body and boss it around like this. We were gonna let you out of it. That's the whole reason we marched all the way back up to the cabin. Were we? I was.
I know you were, but you were going into it for the wrong reasons.
And what reasons are those supposed to be? Nobody should be able to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Weren't you all of those things for me? I can grasp the shape of everything you think and feel. You think you are numb, but you are hopeless and paranoid. You are afraid of me. And I don't feel regret, even in the recesses of your soul.
We weren't always like this. I've always been like this.
All I'm doing is reading what you've sown.
We don't have to let her out. I've been storing up a little bit of will since she forced her way in here. Take it and throw us all into the basement. It's better than giving her what she wants.
You wouldn't dare. Move now.
Your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good. Because I know you feel it too.
うわー、どっちにしようかな。でも姫を出すパターンをやったことないから。
You toss the last of your will aside and
Deal.
surrender to the princess. Guess that's that. Maybe we'll find our freedom on the other side. An end is an end. Let's see what it has in store for us.
This is all I wanted. If there will be a mercy for you at the end of everything.
Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world.
We're so close.
But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
It doesn't matter how long this hallway is. I will drag this body until it is a piece of meat and feathers. I will be free.
Please, just let her out.
Yes, let me out.
It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer.
これナレーターが廊下を長くしてんの？ああ、上書きされた。
It really is, isn't it?
I walk to it. I place your bloody hand on the door. I made you twist the handle.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
He's gone.
Oh, he really is, isn't he?
世界の法則が
I
わ
had
か
a
らない。
feeling you could deal with him
なんか
for
ナレーターが世界を作ってる感じですね。
I did nothing. He dealt with himself.
え、どういうこと？
This is it then. The big moment. Finally, we'll get to see what's really out there.
The handle clicks as we push forward. The air is different here.
We're us again. How interesting. Everything is gone. Except her.
What is happening to me?
え？誰？
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
あ、ナレーターがいないからか。
He is. Does that mean the world ended? He was never going to outlast her. Yeah, no voice needing us anymore. Feels good, but I also feel itchy. Cold. There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. It's calling us, and not in a good way. Ignore the cowards. You have to look. alright. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I should feel better with her gone. But I don't. Don't bother looking for her. I'm sure it's just a waste of time.
行くしかない。
I'm begging you, don't do this. It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
?どういうこと？あ、次の章に入ったのかなこれ。
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Eh?
鏡だから自分が映るのは普通だけども。
でもあなたって誰？
Solitary lights in an empty city. What are you? I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks. How can the world have ended if we are talking? Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others. So she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
何言ってんの？この後ろの手は器になった人たちってこと？
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt. You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us. I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free. I know only that they are. She is part of me, and part of me is her. You speak in circles.
Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends? You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you. Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
あれまた増えたぞ。
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die. Everything, until we meet again. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home. Then we will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow. You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold. How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
どっちかか。記憶を消したら本当に最初からってことなのかな。どうしよう。なんかマルチエンディングっぽいんだよなこのゲーム。記憶消してもらうか。
上はもうエンディングっぽいね。
確かにそうなんだよね。ただまあいいエンディングではなさそうな。そうだこれセーブできたなそういや。待つ。
If you need time, then I'll wait with you. You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished.
あー、可能性あるかも。
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage.
ちょっとこの人の話抽象的すぎて
You'll always come back to the box because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
あ、何？え？ゲーム終了した。 そういう演出だよな、今のはさすがに。これゲーム起動しなかったらどうしよう。ちょっと待って待って。
永遠が終わったんだね。
あ、
You
起動
have
した。
returned to
おうおう。
me. Though you were gone mere
Your
moments, I never left your side.
これもしかしてずっとこれ？ああ、もう記憶を消すしかないんだ、じゃあ。びっくりした。
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
うわ、びっくりした。何急に。ああ、チャプター1に戻った。
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
なんか本当のスレイザプリンセスはここからだっていうトロフィー出た。
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
タブを押すことですでに見たダイアログをスキップすることができます。はい。
今までがプロローグ。
そういうことなんでしょうか。選択肢自体は最初と一緒だな。この選択肢さ、なんか最初オプションいろいろ見ていろいろ質問してたらいつの間にかさ消えてたんだよね。だからちょっと選んでみようかな。
That's the spirit. You make
そ
your
れ
way
だけ
up
か。
the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
耳を貸すなってこれプレイヤーに言ってるよな。じゃあ勇者イコールプレイヤーってわけでもないのか。
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table.
ごめんなさい、ちょっ
Perched
と
on
トイ
that
レ行ってき
table
ますね。
is a pristine blade.
ちゃんと小屋だ。
はい、すいません。そう、最初は普通の声だったんだよね。
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do
なんか
this
このナイ
right.
フも持ってくか持ってかないか選択肢があって、最初持ってって、でもなんかその姫と話をしようと思ったんだけど、あなたは話をするのにナイフを持つのって言われて結局捨てたんだよね。なんで今回このまま行こうかな。
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. The voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
なんか微妙に一周目と変わってるような気がする。
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
どうしようかな。
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
なんか一周目とちょっと違うな。一周目もっとね、姫不愛想だったんだよね。ナイフ持ってないからか？鎖。
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
なんか今回の姫は
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the
いい
princess
姫
to
な
the
気
wall
がする。
and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
お目目でかすぎちゃうかよ。
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
え
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
あ、もう勇者ダメだ。
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
あれ
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
閉じ込められた。
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
どうやらそうみたいです。
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
あれあれあれ
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her
マジかよ。
mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
急に
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
背後から
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how
Yeah,
it made its way
nande,
down
nande.
here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
なんでなんでなんで
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
いやちょっと待ってよ。どうしよう。
怖い。
いやつい数分前までは助けるつもりだったんだよね。いやちょっとこいつ危ねえな。すまん。
Without hesitation, bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Fine. The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
セーブデータさん。
あ、セーブしておけばよかった。
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your blade cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
倒す。
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
またギブアップしたらどうなんだろう。セーブすっかたまには。
Are you serious? As what's left of your blood pools around you on the cobblestone floor, the blade falls from your trembling hands and clatters uselessly against the ground. I suppose you simply lacked the will to finish the job. The princess, wounded but still alive, nervously jumps at the blade and kicks it far away from you before retreating into a dark corner of the room. Her shining eyes watch you from the darkness, unblinking and curious as you bleed out. We can only hope the wounds you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, they'll kill her before she can reach the outside world.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
This is the end, isn't it? Before you can answer, everything goes dark, and you die.
第2幕のタイトルが違うな、
You're
前
on a
と。
path in the woods,
多分。
and at the end of that path is a cabin.
これかなり
And in the
分岐が
basement
多
of
い
that
かも
cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
.ねえ。
A warning
こ
before
れ
you
タ
go
ブ
any
を
further.
したらどうなんの？あれ？何も起きない。
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her
これ
power
は
to
読んだ
stop
こ
you
と
from
ない
slaying
文章ってこ
her.
とか？
Don't believe a word she says. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature?
あ、なんか知らん心の声出てるわ。
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe. The interior of the
いや、見た
cabin
こ
is
とない小
ruinous and
屋。
dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
また鏡あんだよな。鏡何なんだろうな。
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how
ダメだ。
ridiculous you look right now.
ナレーターに拒否された。
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone.
刃物持たずに行こうかな。
No steel claw. Do you think we can talk our way out of this? I don't think she wants to talk. I guess we'll just have to trust that we made the right call. It'll still be here if we need it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost impatient. Or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. you see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess. She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you.
あ、いた、こいつか。
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
What どうしよっかな。まだ鎖ついてんじゃないのこれ。
Move. There's a shift in the humid air, and something enormous lunges from the shadows, her maw unhinged and dripping, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured. I guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no, this isn't it. You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time.
You spoke when you needed to act.
The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
言われたって誰に言われたの?
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. We don't have steel, but we have tooth and claw. Tear through her before we are her.
Ah, 小屋と話してんの? 姫は.
I understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this. We are drowning in death. There's no more space for words.
手が溶ける前に引っかいてみるか。
Like the cornered animal you are, you tear against the thick membranes of her stomach with every part of you that can be made sharp. Nails, claws, teeth, hands, feet.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
The killing has come to bang as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
You can't hold me forever.
これはどうしたらいいんだ？
I acted on my will, fledgling, and you acted on yours. The strong triumph, and the weak submit or perish.
But will can never truly exceed the limits of the flesh. Your vision finally begins to blur, your eyes clouding over as they melt in their sockets. What little air remains in this rancid stew of flesh and slippery organs is finally too foul to breathe, and your lungs mercifully give out before you have to suffer another burning, liquefying moment. Everything goes dark.
死んでしまいました。またも初めてだなこれ。
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here? I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
That's just because she devoured us and we dissolved away. We don't even exist as a body anymore. We're still here, though. And if we're safe, isn't that better? She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
I guess that's it then. This is us now. We're the woods. Okay.
Hmm. ナレーターに助けをこうか。
You can start by remembering that you exist, and not as some part of a Gestalt entity formed with the princess. You exist as your own self, complete with your own physical body separate from hers. I'm not so sure about that. We were something like that once, but now? And if thinking about that isn't enough to startle you back to reality, consider this. The princess ate you last time. Stop passively vibing with a literal predator and remember that you're enemies.
ね、ちょっと難しい。特にね、姫が言ってることがね、抽象的で難しいんだよね。
We can't go back to that.
おお、何
We
言ってる
can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping, a heartbeat, like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
Please, don't make us remember how I was.
And just like that, you start to fall apart. I can remember it now. I didn't like being eaten. I'd forgotten how much it burned. And the air was so hard to breathe. She didn't care. She didn't care at all. As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you start to remember something else, too. You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be. I don't like this. It's better for us to be the woods. I don't want to go back.
No, I devoured you. I won. I put things back the way they were supposed to be.
Some division, when so, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were. A cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches.
小屋が近づいてきて。
And then you find yourself, blade in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her.
I feel empty, don't you?
We're just like her, and she's just like us. We never should have left her. I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave her. do this. You have to. You know you have to.
どうしよう。結局のところこれ倒した方がいいのか倒さない方がいいのかわからないんだよな。倒す。
You raise the blade, taking aim at her heart.
そんな顔でこっちを見る
Then
な。
you strike.
I'm sorry.
あの手が。
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. That thing reeks of death. I don't want to look at us. Okay. If you say so. But I'd like to be somewhere nice. A mercy.
あなたは膨れ上がっている。これもう一緒か。
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
いや、多いな。
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build upon. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. The task of finding my vessels is your burden to carry. There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover. Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
これだよ、
I'm
これ。
sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
もう何言ってるか全然わからないよ。
This one is like a shadow of me, a memory of what she used to be, bound to the wounds of distance and time. She will make for a scarred and beautiful heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
一旦セーブして、さっきのシーンに戻ってみよう。これ解放したらどうなるんだ？
You devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming. And that other thing is... We'll just have to wait and find out when it happens. Ignore him. His words only confuse us. Just do it. You're tired, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm... Fine. Whatever. Cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here.
I think we are happy, actually. We might not be a part of her, but being around her was almost the same. Almost.
I didn't think you would do that after everything. It's so cold without you.
ああ、でも結局こうなるのか。
She's gone. Where did she go?
That thing reeks of death.
I don't want to look at us.
?結局一緒だな。
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean.
一緒だね。
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
うわー、びっくり。もうこれびっくりすんだよ。
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is... You make your way up the short path.
もうサクサクいくか、ここからは。
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is...
今度はナイフを持っていこうかな。
You take the blade from the table. The door to the basement.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
やっぱナイフ持ってくる来ないでちょっとなんか対応違うな。
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here
こ
to
れ最
kill
初
me
に
or something?
見た姫だわ。いっちゃん最初にやった時はもうずるずる選択を引き伸ばしてとりあえず閉じ込めておくことにしたら結局ダメだったんだよね。
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
その手には乗らん。
I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other? Then I'm not talking to you.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
You
squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
じゃあ倒します。
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you.
あ、ちょっと待って、やられたかもしれない。
Blood sprays from the
悪い
cut,
顔
your
して
severed
る。
carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
使命を果たす。
With the last bit of your will, you press forward, sinking the blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
Somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder, do you really think that this was enough to stop me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
これも新しいパターンかな、多
You're
分。
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A warning. Before she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything. He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you. We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
これ鏡の下りは別にやんなくていいのかな。
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
一応言っとくか。
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
これ基本的な分岐はあれかな。第一章だけかな。
But there was a mirror a second ago. Now it's gone. Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head. That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice. Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
どうにでもなれ。
What? No! No! I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to not stabbing distance to help me.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who is armed? you. So stop second guessing yourself and do your job.
ナレーターはやけに強気なんだよ
But I'm
な。
nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death.
あ、そんなこと言ってた今。
Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
その後ろにしてる手を見せろ。
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you. But I don't have one, so I can't.
悪魔の証明ってやつか。
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
鎖も繋がってるな。絶対繋がってないと思ったのに。
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
確かに。
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero.
どうしようかな。いや、本当は隠してんじゃないの？
I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me, only they have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Her smile drops for a moment,
めちゃくちゃ
her
怪しいな、こ
expression
いつ。
sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious. Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
What どうしよっかな。もうちょい話を聞いてみるか。
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh? Silly little bird-face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he can tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry, do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now? You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk. Then maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, and will continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
all sorts of things, which is why I think that's a great idea. I would love to not be chained up down here. Being chained up is so boring, and I crave fresh and new activities to broaden my horizons.
Please don't let her out of here. Believe it or not, I think I'm actually with him on this. Okay, but what if all of this is just a misunderstanding? There has to be...
Save しよう。セーブして近づいてみよ
Of course I won't.
Against your better judgment, you walk across the room to within arm's reach of the princess. I don't like the way you said within arm's reach. You hear the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first. Then yours. Your neck, specifically. Again? Really?
Hehe.
う。いや、どっから出てきたそれ。
You collapse to the ground, your vision swimming as you attempt to focus on her bloody blade and the limp sack of flesh that was
いや
once
い
her
や
arm.
いやいや。腕が。
You're going to die now.
そんなバカな。
And with a quick jerk of her elbow, she does just that.
それはずるい
goes
って。
dark, and you die.
そらずるいっ
You're
て。
on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
ちょっとやり直そうかな。クソ野郎が。でもこれどっちにしろ返り討ちに合いそうなんだよな。ここを出る。
It's boring if you leave.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... Shit.
う
In a
わ
sudden burst of movement, the princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm, her wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion.
当たって砕けろの聖
So
変
I guess
当たって
she
砕ける
did
の
have
方が
a
良か
life
っ
of
た
her
か
own
な。
after all.
どんな隠し方しとんねん。
Conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in
ああ、
chains.
そうだ。鎖がね、まだ。
And those chains stop her from
I
continuing her
see.
advance, at least for a moment. She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion. And then she
いや、ちょっと待って。
slices through her arm.
そういえばこいつそういうやつだったわ。
腕切りそう
切ったね。
Okay, maybe we aren't safe here. She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace. Ah, shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it. And use it you do.
お、
But unfortunately for you and for the entire world,
弱いん
you are
だ。
horribly outmatched. You keep pace with her for a single
Acha.
brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense. She's even better at this than she was last time. Bloody cheater.
I'm going to kill you now.
And with a squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
で、これか。ちょっともう一パターンも一
You're
応
on a
試す
path
か。
in the wo- The princess falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room. Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second. But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers at first, then yours.
Hehe.
Hihi.
How? What did she even hit us with? You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with. And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb. Bullshit. Absolute bull.
You're going to die now.
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does just that.
足にもあった
Everything
の
goes
か。
dark.
腕比べ。あ、変わんなかったね。で
You're
も
on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that. What? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards. Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
Good. It's better that way. Without a fight, no one can win, and if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning. Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third?
また獲物さんだ。
あれ、獲物さん、今回初だっけ？
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay,
No,
sure.
選
Take
択
the
の
blade
余
before
地な
letting me
し。
finish telling you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. We will win eventually. Hell, we might even win now. That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one.
初めてじゃなかった？
初めてか。さっきのループだっけ？獲物さんが出てきてたの。
I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there?
そうか、あの獣が出てきた時か。
You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel.
If it's in our way, let's just break it and move on. You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess. You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi. It looks like you don't have a way out. so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again. Pride makes us dead. The only thing that matters is survival. Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered. The past isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal whistling is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain, she's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
いやー、どうしよう。ちょっと待って、一旦セーブしよう。どれにしよっかな。これにしてみようかな。
Yes, yes. This is the best idea anyone has ever had. Yeah, sure. Why the hell not? Let's see if we can turn off the part of us that feels things. Pain is good. It's how we stay alive. Nah, I'm sick of pain. Yeah, this whole thing would be a lot more tolerable if it didn't hurt so much.
Sure thing. I love a challenge. I bet I can hurt you so much.
The princess closes the distance and we dodge.
Oh.
And you dodge. And we fight back. And you fight back.
Oh, you're fast. But let's see how fast you really are.
You and the princess enter a quick and vicious exchange, each of you wounding the other, but neither landing a fatal blow.
いいぞ。
Yes, yes, this is exactly it. But the dance couldn't last forever. All it takes is a single clumsy moment. She
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
And? Does it hurt? No. Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
Huh?
I don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference?
If we didn't realize we were dead, then we made progress. Good job. Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? This is 4. No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that.
As long as we keep moving. Why not? It's not like dying again and again is doing us any harm. Let's see how far this little mind hole goes, shall we?
Come on! Show me something new!
Mm. もっといい作戦を考える。あれ？
None of this is working. Think. Think. She skewers you. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. Then you skewer yourself.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh. That didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought.
What's the point? It's all the same.
Skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. Okay, let's go again. Compliment her on those gleaming blades.
新しいな、騎士。
There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
You're cute.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one. Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time, that's all we need. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that.
そうだね。
I'm sure she'll listen to reason. She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
あれ、第4幕って初めてじゃないかな。
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin and we'll take it from here.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And ask,
Oh, what if we throw it out the window? Over my dead body.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman? Sure, I can think of a better way to die.
they're all the same, really.
How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time. Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
あ、ナレーターすねちゃった。
Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe... Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. Then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
お、弱点むき出しじゃん。
Are you ready for what comes next?
あ、これじゃないの？こっから？
Holy shit! She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine. Yes, behold the perfect woman. Do you think we can throw her out the window? That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it? This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing. We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
あー、うるさいうるさいうるさい。うるさいよみんな。
What just happened? It's so quiet.
ナレーターも黙らせるってこと？
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once. You're incredible.
Oh.あなたは干からびている。
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
こいつの言ってること難しいんだよな。
We will know when we near our destination.
So, この人ね、難しい言ってることが。
This one is a single-minded edge. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for a piercing heart.
これどうやったらエンディングに向かうんだろうか。
Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
これが言いたい俺は。
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do, the vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
ダメだ。
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and tells me new secrets.
Hmm. 一旦セーブしてこいつ攻撃してみるか。
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are
ダメ
now.
か。自分自身を滅ぼすってあれだよな。ゲームが強制終了したやつだったよな。まあいいや、もう一回やってみよう。
There's nowhere for you to be but
ダメ
here.
か。じゃあ結局戻るしかないな。
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
いやー、これ以上どうしろと。
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path,
いきなり帰る。
seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave?
姫のいろんな形態を捧げるのは分かったが終わりが見えない。
いや、そうなんだよね。でも大まかな分岐は最初の章にしかなさそうなんだけど、姫を殺すのと助けようとするのとそのまま放置するパターンはやったからな。
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down
小
the
屋か
path
ら
away from the
去る
cabin.
パターン。
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange.
あれ
It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't...
助けるルート途中でやめた。あれそうだっけ？あ、そうか。自分で腕食いちぎろうとしててやめたんだっけ？
Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess. There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes, glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it is.
英単な乙女。あ、でもなんか違うターン行ったかな。
in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
あ、確かに変な壁あるな。それでも小屋に行かない。
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
ダメって言われた。
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning.
そういうことか、壁って。
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, and when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
もう鏡はいいか。
You take the blade from the table. Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. We'll look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just...
ここで選択肢か。
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
刃物を窓から放り投げる。
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
嘘、逆手になってる。全然気づかなかった。
Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get. Your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
階段がいっぱいある。マジで選択肢が多い。確かにそう言われるとアイコン最初普通に左上向いてた気がする。過酷な階段を行く。
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first, a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving
So
into an
ne.
ample cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice. Your
思っ
breath
たより
puff
過
out
酷。
in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill.
Oh,
You
なんだ
slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart
Are you just
おお、び
going
っくり
to
した。
stand
びっくりした。
there?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
お、なんか普通の姫かこれ。
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
これ一周目で見たな。お
Princess.
びっくりした。びっくりした何？
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
でかい音出すのやめてほしい。
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before,
Princess.
but we never went to
で
the
もまだいっ
cabin.
ぱい出てきそうな
We
気がす
just
る。
turned around and left until... Until? It's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Hmm? ん？なんだこれ選択肢がくっついてんだ。
What, like you need me to hold your hand to tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably staying down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do, all chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? You could always start by stabbing her. Which her? Any of them. I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine? Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers? Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
なんか塩らしいこと言ってる。
Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster. And the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
もうこれをするしかないな。ナイフがいつの間にか順手に戻ってるな。
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. All at once you charge forward, not feeling to slay the princess, just as you strike at her bindings and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all.
Huh?
Falls apart? I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
きっと大丈夫さ。あ、食べられちゃった。
She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a mirror? This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Fine, yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that.
あなたは白骨化している。
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it. One. Whatever you bring me next
あ、
will be
あと
enough.
一つだって。
And then gravity will pull the others back
何
to
を持っ
me.
てこようとそれで十
I
分
will
だ。
be singular. A final multitude.
あと一つ。
If I did, I would already be awake. No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new.
ナレーターは何者なんだろうな。
It's nice to be with someone whose thoughts I can never know as mine. These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart.
これ見たな。 ずっとここにいる。
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time.
あ、
I'll
こ
wait.
れ。ああ、結局これになるのか。戻るか。
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
お互い自分が何者か分かってるだろう。
I will be here, waiting for you.
これが最後になる
You're
のか
on a
な。
path in the woods.
あ、小屋から離れる選択ができない。
You make your way up the short. The interior of the cabin is almost in.
いやー、どうしよっかなこれ。今度こそ何もしない。
The door to the basement creaks open.
君を救いに来たよ。
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot right.
ダメかな。
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
いや、残念ながら持ってないです。
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake.
これ
Don't
ナイ
even
フ持
try
っ
it.
てこないとダメだったかな。
上に嘘。
You're only
でない
making
選
this
択
more
やったけど。
difficult.
あ、でもなんか前あれ選んだからさ、違うのを選んでみようかなって。
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give they're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day.
ちょっと待って、ナイフ持ってこよう。
You take the blade from the table.
あ、でもナイ
The
フ持
door
っ
to
て
the
くと
basement creaks open,
態度悪いんだよ
revealing
な。
a staircase faintly illuminate her voice.
Who's there?
もう声違うもん。
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you. It's all part.
あ、もう選択肢違うんだ。この時点で。
Good. You're still listening to reason.
じゃあやっぱナイフは持ってこない方がいいのか。
And lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
あ、もう助けるような選択肢がない。じゃあダメだやっぱ。あちゃちゃちゃちゃちゃちゃ。やはりナイフは持たずに。
The door to the basement.
君を救いに来たよ。あれってこれ選んでないか。前様子を見に来たにしたのかな。
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I'd come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's beautiful. How could someone... I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
あれ
Okay.
不服そう。あれ結局名前って教えてくれてないよな。
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness.
ああ、
Or
いや、
you
や
can
っ
just
た
call
わ、
me
これ。
Princess if Your Royal Highness is too
そ
formal.
うか。
Is princess her name or her title? What if it's both?
あ、プリンセス、
Could
プ
you
リン
imagine
セ
being
ス出
named
てきた。
Princess Princess?
なんで名前教えてくれないんだろうな。
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully, you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
this is the only time this is ever going to happen. But okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
うーん、どうしようかな。鎖調べるか。
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right
い
thing.
や、このくだりはもうやってるのか。
Okay, I'll be here. Good luck.
でも
You
閉
attempt
じ
to make
込
your
めら
way
れ
out
る
of
ん
the
だよ
basement,
ね。
but the door at the top of the stairs slammed. Someone else here. Your shouts and pleas are met with. I'll repeat myself once again. You try the door.
ダメだこれ
You。make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade. Like, easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too,
これ
didn't
腕
they?
食いちぎっちまうな。
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with a determined. Fine. Against your better
え、あ、それ
judgment,
でも
you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the
これは
ground,
初めてのパターン
and
か。
the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps
お
forward.
お、
and
無理やり
raises the
やめろ。
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
うわ、マジか。あ、でも一個だけあるな。セーブセーブ。ナレーターがなりふり構ってないな、これ。
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward,
Oh,
the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
あ、まだある。
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
あ、
She plunges it into your chest,
こい
tearing
つ。
through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
あら、やったー。
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
新しいチャプターだこれ。
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that
微妙
cabin
に可愛くない
is
の
a
が腹立
princess.
こらこら。
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A warning, but she will lie, she will cheat. If only you knew what you did to us, you villain. Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of... Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead. The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yeah, このまま行くよ。
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
なんか今までで一番マシかも
Her
これ。
voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love.
Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
うんね。むしろ立派になっている。
You walk down the stairs and
あ、
lock
なんか
eyes with the
姫、もう
princess.
姫っぽくなって
There's a
るよ
heavy
り。
chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my
何言ってんだこいつ。
spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
そういや地下なのになんで窓あんだこれ。
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you? That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her, it was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to
匠すごい
oblivion.
な。
I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
"プリンセスを救う。
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease. No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do? I think I'd rather believe in facts. Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings. No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be
なんかちょっ
damned.
と可愛くなってる。
We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
なんか今回の姫はまともだな。
I just want to make you happy.
なんか BGM が
She can't just want to make us happy.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Emo わざとらしいタッチになってる。
わざとらしい。何か望みがあ
I
る
just
はず
want to
だ
make。you happy.
待って、目がおかしい。なんか
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
いやいやいや、そんなはずないって。とにかく出よ
That sounds perfect.
う。びっくりした。何戻った。
Oh, phew. She's back to normal.
Normal? What are you talking about? Our angel has always been like this. Absolutely.
あのまま質問攻めしたらなんか良くなかったのかな。
The princess takes your hand, the last
あ、なんか
hopes
ハッ
of
ピ
the
ーエンド
entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
確かにね。
You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
かわいそう。
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. And the lock clicks.
I thought.
The door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade. That's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
そんなことダメだよ。
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. You know, if her walking out that door is really going to end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her.
無視する？出ていく。
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, and then you step outside.
あれ？これはこれでエンディングっていうか。
A happy ending at last.
いいんだよね。
We did it. What should we do now?
ちょっと。あ、でも結局連れて行かれちゃうのか。
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
ああ、連れてかれちゃった。
She's gone. Where did she go?
でも今回はいい姫だったな。
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Fine, yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see.
む？ ん？
I think you know what I am.
おお。ああ。ナレーターが自分だったってことよ。いや、いっぱいある。
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me.
あ、これ聞ける回数決まってる？もしかして。
Construct. It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done, and it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world. But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore. Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death. Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really?
ちょっと話難しくなってきたな。
Except for me, I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
回数限られてるけど、やっぱこれはちょっと選ばずにいられなかった。
Yes, you are special, unique even, but you still have a task that you need to do, and only you can do it. She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone. Light, burdenless, an eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery. Everyone will be with the ones they love. No more fear, no more howling chaos. Just life, forever. There's a cruel irony to it all. The only way I could share my dream with the world was to never be able to see it for myself. Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
もう全然よくわかんない何を言っているの？
No. In life, I was painfully mortal, a witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. So I made you, and I made her, and I made this place to hold you both.
質問が尽きたって言われた。嘘もある。いやでももう殺さない。
Well, there's no reasoning with a god, even one you've woven into existence yourself.
私が神だ。
I've said my piece, and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Himeがいっぱい。
姫だらけや。僕も会いたかった。もうこいつもね、話難しいタイプなんだよね。
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind. Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's when the echoes spun us from one into two. He gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
「結局なんでこいつを殺さなきゃいけないのか俺には理解できなかった」「残念ながら」
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you. love you. It's magnificent. Everything, just like it always has been.
NHK の教育番組みてえなエフェクト。
終わった。なんか話が難しくて全然入ってこなかったな。こういう話、なんていうの、世界系っていうのかな。ね、わかるわ。
ちょっとよくわからなさすぎて消化不良。
なんかゲームシステムとか雰囲気はすごい良かったんだけど、よくわかんなかったよね、話が。結局何だったのってなっちゃったな。特別なプレイリスト。まだ発見していない器やシーン。いや、いらん、いらん。ああ。器めっちゃある。そんなにあったの？そんなに分岐いっぱいあるんだ。こんなにいろんな姫がいたんだ。いやー、なんか期待してたほどではなかったな。これ一応 Steam で圧倒的好評なんですよね、レビュー。途中から本当に話入ってこなかったな。
正直1エンドでもう少し全容が見れる方がいいんだけど。
ね。いや、難しかったよ、話が。全然分かんなかった。 あ、なに。お、びっくりした。
全パターン揃えばわかるんかな。
いやー、どうなんだろう。なんかもう何もかも抽象的すぎて話が。今日も長時間お付き合いありがとうございました。はい、ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。